Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Paul, Echo, Vortic, Initian, Labonsky, Aiken, G Flocke, Aqua Wolf, Crown. Good morning, guys. Man of the Woods, Man Bear Bull. Don't know if you guys are all still here, but if you are, good morning, happy Friday, guys. We have gold doing some things, don't we? Close below, we had about a 19 tick wick. Looked good, just like Initium was talking about. We drove straight down, took the lows, and flipped and went back up, right? No top wick. We took the lows instead. I mean, our longs were not invested, right? I'm down with this. You want the wick. Longs get involved. We want the wick to go up because now longs are invested. Not what happened. Gonna put a wick on this candle, which is pretty common, right? So, and that's a lot of the times how we put the wicks on. You guys already know. We'll just come down, we'll put a wick on just like that. Back up we go. So hopefully it's not just a thing of banging back and forth today. Obviously we will have to see. Change this much. We'll have to see. Like Paul was saying, weekly opens definitely a pop. Yes. Go anywhere currently. I'm not really suited on a way. Of course, normally I'm not, but I just there's no direction currently at all. In my opinion, we've got this wick here. Love to see those recovered. I know somebody was looking for last night's high to be tested. Ability, absolutely. That could happen just the same. How is everybody today, though? Everybody doing? Anybody got any big plans for the weekend? Nobody has nothing. Nothing. I'm gonna play some cards. Up and down blues from the from these micro stakes. Why? Friends, that works, Labonsky. That works. Oh, you know what I do want to ask you though, Labonsky? Are you interested in the poker? Or no? guess it doesn't matter either way, but I'm not going to be streaming the poker on any other platform. Only YouTube. So, if you are interested, make sure you over on that channel. Live poker stream's not going to be on this YouTube, so therefore it's not going to be on Kick, Twitch, or Rumble. I considered doing Rumble, but I have to be honest, and Rumble, I'm not hating. One of my biggest reasons for being on Rumble, and you know, everybody here pretty much knows that, is the fact that it's a better platform for speech and things like that. So I want to make sure that we had that as a backup, but we don't get a lot of interaction. Now we get views, not a lot of interaction. So I'm not going to do the poker, the live over there, unless there's enough interest that, you know, it'd be worth it, because we're not going to open any kind of issues on that side, right? Political talks or anything. An issue. Honestly, I'm not very interested. I've played it sometimes with friends, but at the time, sometimes, who knows, maybe if I'm interested. Okay. Yeah, Lebonsky. And I mean, it's not, nobody's playing, and I want to make it clear so that everybody knows, you won't be playing, you know, with me, essentially. If everybody gets to the point to where we want to all play, you know, some poker together or something, we can set that up as well, you know, as a special tournament type thing or something in the future. But this is just like the trading, right? It's just going to be me playing live, you know, on a site, doing a $100 to 1K challenge. Essentially, I'm going to try to build a bankroll from $100 to $1,000, and then we'll see where we go from there. That's the first point. I know I said we talked about building the bankroll past that, and I'm not saying that I'm not going to do that, but I started thinking, you know, maybe people would be interested in tournaments. I know Jeff came in, talk about tournaments, things like this, so we'll see what the popularity is past that point. Once we get to the 1K, then we'll move it up to, you know what I mean? We'll move it up to the bigger buy-ins and go from there, or maybe go and try some tournament play, set and goes, I don't know, multi-tables, whatever everybody wants. It's just kind of a thing for fun, guys. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not going to be something that we're real, it's not going to be like this, to where we have an absolute thing that we do every day. It's going to be one of those things of, we do it as fun, and you guys let me know what, you know, you'd rather want to do as time goes. But my whole purpose is for you guys to understand poker as well and learn it, per se, right? And I'm really trying to get you guys to wrap your head around the fact that there's so many similarities. Poker and trading so similar to one another. I'd probably watch now and then my friends play, but I've got no clue about poker. Yeah, and that's kind of the reasoning behind doing some of this as well. There's so many people that just don't know poker initiate. I actually started the server in the beginning as a trading, poker, and sports betting server. And nobody, we really had very small interest in the poker, and even less in the sports betting side of the server. So there was no interest. So I essentially just, you know, stayed with the trading side because that's what everybody was interested in. I didn't want to, you know, rock and roll with things that nobody had any interest in. But when the new year came last year, when we were thinking about something to do for the new year, and I started bringing up the poker thing, it seemed like we had, you know, some people that were interested. So I was like, why not? Let's go ahead and do this. People can learn poker, things like that. Maybe next year, if poker, you know, goes over or don't go over, and maybe next year we do sports betting next year too. I don't know. Not sure, guys. But either way, for those that want to be involved, absolutely. For those that don't, there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing that's going to change here. We're still going to be live here, like always, on all the platforms, like always. You know, running the live streams Monday through Friday, trading just as normal. Landon is still going to do the Thursday education streams every Thursday afternoon. Nothing's going to change on this side. The only thing that I've done is added another YouTube channel that is going to be live streaming poker play. That's it. So we've got the first business we're going to do is 100 to 1K challenge at micro stakes. So, thing where anybody, you know, could do this. That's the whole thing. So you could take $100. I mean, I'm sure all you out there have $100. If you don't, then, you know, whole different deal. You could always buy in for cheaper, but anybody can take $100 and grow their bankroll using the same poker strategies that I'm going to use live and show you guys how to do it. Maybe it works, maybe it don't. I mean, I could flop. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a tournament player at the end of the day. I played more tournaments than I have cash, so we might come out and lose the $100 bankroll. I make no guarantees. And if that happens, then you know, micro stakes is a whole different beast too. I was playing a hand. I've actually been recording all of my sessions, and that's what I was doing a little bit this morning, was going back through a hand that just bugged me. I thought about it all night last night, and I know a lot of you don't understand, but I'll go through it real quick. Hopefully you guys can get the gist of it. But I had King Jack of Hearts, so suited King Jack pre-flop, and I raised 3 times blind, got called by one caller. Board came King, Queen, Ace, all of clubs, and he was out of position, so first to act, right? He checked, and I bet 3 times blind again, so I bet 15 again. And he called, and that was my first mistake. And I realized you guys are going to be like, what are you talking about? I had a pair of kings with a jack kicker, which is great, but there's a flush on the board and a straight, essentially, anybody can have, right? So I should have checked that board after he checked, and then on the turn came 8 of hearts. I bet 15 again. He bets 15, which is fine. I probably should have bet heavier there, but truly what I should have did was check the flop, waited for the turn. He would have been first to act. He probably would have got aggressive there. He could have bet. I could have came over the top and raised, and then we could have saw exactly where he was at. Instead, I let it play through. So anyway, so he calls. River comes 7 of hearts. He's first to act. He bets 66. Now I'm trying to figure out if he just slow played. Long story short, I folded. I just essentially gave up. The biggest thing about it was I didn't play the hand right. I went back over it this morning again, and I knew I didn't play it right. I was telling the wife all night last night. I was like, man, I took the wrong line. I did not play this hand correctly. And You know, did he have it? Did he not have it? Did he have pocket sevens? You know, did he have 2 black sevens to where he was looking for the 4th club, and then the 7 comes on the river and made his hand? I was beat by about everything. Right? All joking aside, and I realize a lot of you that don't understand poker that much don't see that, but essentially I was beat by his range completely. He's out of position, so pre-flop calling the 3 times big raise, he's probably got a, you know, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, some small pairs. So on this board you can say, right, his small pairs are going to be you know, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, which came, right? So he could have made a trips there, right? He could have made a set. 3 of a kind, however you want to look at it, right? So that could have been, he could have been holding pocket 7s there, but I let him play through, which I shouldn't have done. Or small suited connectors, right? So think things like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, and again he could have had clubs, so he could have flopped the flush in the beginning and then slow played it. So the problem was on the river, I didn't play it in a fashion that he would have raised or got aggressive because I was being the aggressor. And I should have gave him some rope and let him actually play it through so I could have determined what his hand was a little more. So once we get to the river and he bets, you know, an overbet on the river, now I don't know exactly what to take him for. And that's why I had to fold. I played the hand wrong. And this is the whole thing. It's got nothing to do with your cards per se. I was beat by about everything though. I had a pair of kings on that board. Wasn't the greatest spot. However, if he had something like pocket 7s, you know, with the 7 of clubs, he's waiting on a draw. And it could be also that he just had a club in his hand and was trying to play it through, missed the river, and, you know, tried to steal the pot, which, you know, so it's just, a lot of it has to do with how you play it on your way through, and we'll see that as we go here, but let's get back to the charts. There's a lot to learn in poker, guys. Yeah.
It's funny that you should be talking about this. I was experiencing a lot of those issues you're talking about there last night while I was playing on that free poker thing. All of them hands that you were talking about. But again, I was going on literally everything because it's free. So yeah. I would call everything. I would check through if I wasn't sure, you know, just to get used to the process again. But yeah, coming up against hands like that there, I'm surprised you actually continued on because the odds really weren't in your favor.
No, they're not. But with that, right? And here's, you'll see how I play. That's a little different. See what I would have done there if I was of sound mind and playing like I should have played. What I should have did was when the board came, king, queen, ace of clubs, I should have checked. Right? Yeah. It's my MO, if you will, to always check an ace high board flop. Always. No matter what I have in my hand, yeah. I check my entire range on an ace high board. Why did I bet there? I don't know. I was in position. I guess I was getting greedy. I don't know. I really don't know why I took the line that I did, but I should have checked there. And if I would have checked, right, then if he would have had it, and here's what you'll find with players, and here's where patience comes in, just like traders, right? It's the exact same thing. If he would have had the hand, he would have bet on the turn because he was first to act. So you let him bet, right? And then you raise over the top of him. And basically what that's doing is showing strength. So you're saying that, hey, I know you think you have it, but in order to call here, you better have the best hand. That would have put him on a either call. I mean, at these stakes, I'm going to say that nobody probably would have raised, but if they had the best hand, possibly if they had the nuts is what they call it, right? If they had the nuts, he may have re-raised me in that position, but you damn sure know that he is either calling or folding there. You know what I mean? He either has it or he doesn't, and that's the line I should have took on it. If he calls, now we have to be a little, you know, a little cautious on the river and see where he's at. But we didn't even know. You know what I mean? We took a line that gave us, we didn't give him an opportunity to broadcast his hand, if you will. So it was essentially, we set ourselves up just to lose. I mean, I know that sounds stupid, but it really has nothing to do with your hand. This thing moved down again. Closes below, moves down again with no top wick. And that's what I want to show and teach you guys when it comes to poker. For those that want to learn, right, is the fact that the two cards that you have in your hand doesn't really mean much after your initial bet. So you're either playing your hand or you're not, right? And when pre-flop, okay, and we call it pre-flop, you know, when you first get your two cards dealt, you decide then, is this hand decent enough to continue or not? And you pretty much stick with that plan. It's just like trading. Is this setup decent enough to stick with or not, right? So you get your setup, and what do? Well, you take your entry. You bet your two cards, right? The flop comes. And now it's one of them situations where you're invested, you're there, now you have to figure out what is the other guy doing. And the same thing when we get in the market. What is the market doing? If it instantly goes against us and we've got, you know, a pair of tens and flop comes ace, ace, king, you know, we're in a tough spot. So now we've got to see where the other guy is and try to keep the pot as small as we can because we're not in a great position at this. Obviously, we're in a spot where we can easily let our hand go. And it's just like being in the market. You know, you get in, and if it comes up and it breaks the highs, well, you know, that's your stop loss. You're gone. You're done. If this happens, then you're no longer continuing on with the short that you essentially, you know, got involved in. So it's really pretty much the same, but the difference in poker is you've got, you know, you've got three streets, right? So you've got three times to bet after your initial entry, and that's how the market moves afterwards. How's this candle building now? You know, that's where your risk management comes into play. Where are they actually at? So if that makes sense. So it's really not got to do with what you have as your hand, just like it's not got to do with what this market's actually doing. It's got to do with where the traders are entering. They're going to enter here, you know, they're going to enter there. So, and this poker's the same thing. It's essentially you're playing the mindset of the other guy. So if that board would have came like it did, and you check it, let's just say, right? You check it, and he's already checked. The turn comes, well, he's going to stab that. Almost 100% time, people are too impatient. They're going to bet on that board. Why? Because you checked it. So they think now you have nothing. That's the only reason we check there. Because they will bet regardless of what's in their hand, because they think they can buy you out of that pot at that point. If you sit there and you think of yourself like that, right? Let's just say that board came for you and you had pocket twos. All right, just for fun. You had pocket twos. Board comes king, queen, ace, all of clubs, and you check it. The other guy checks. You think, oh crap, he's got nothing. Maybe my twos are good. Who cares if my twos are good? Let's go ahead and bet it, especially if you got a two of clubs in your hand. So you bet there, you know, and you try to put a, let's just say, half pot bet, some kind of bet that hopefully will get the other guy to fold, you know, so he doesn't make a hand now because you still have your pocket twos at the end of the day. Well, now that guy raises over the top of you. You expect right then, damn, he just slow played that. He's got me. He's got the flush already. He's got me killed. There's nothing I can do. And then he folds. You see what I'm saying? That's just the mentality of poker. It really has nothing to do with the hand that you have. It's got more to do with, I hate to say it this way, reactions. It's not, this is not about much more than reactions. How's he going to react if you put pressure on him here? Where is he going to crack at? And in that position, if he was to bet half pot, you come over the top and put a, raise in, substantial raise. Well, there's one of two things you're doing here. And first off, it's not exactly a bluff because you do have a pair of kings at this point, right? So you got kings, you have a jack in your hand. Essentially, you can make the straight here with a 10 on the board. Right? You can make a full house here if the board comes and, you grab another king, a jack comes, whatever. So there are outs. So it's almost more of a semi-bluff, but you're not drawing with nothing. You do have outs, right? So that's why you raise over the top. Now, if he comes back and re-raises you or pulls all in or something like that, well, he just broadcasted what his hand is. Fold. You give up. There's nothing more to do there. And that's great. That's what you want him to do. You want him to get pissed off and aggressive, so he gets super impatient, shoves all in. What'd he do? He just saved you money. He just saved you having to bet on the next street because he actually has you beat. But you know that at that point, right? So that's how you basically play people against their own emotions, if you will. So their mindset will be in one place, and you can easily take advantage of that. And I mean, it's psychological, just like trading. I mean, essentially, that's the same thing we're doing here, where we're, psychologically taking advantage of traders because we realize that if price goes in their direction and comes back, and you can see it every time, that most weak-handed traders out there are going to go BE. Is what it is. So when they go BE, that kills everything, and then the stops get ran. Same kind of thing, but yeah, we'll go over it more as we play, and I'll explain the reason that I took this line and things like that. What the difference is between me and a lot of the other people that play poker is I do play a lot of tournaments, or did. Can't say do. I haven't played poker in a while, guys. I just kind of played, around here and there, but I haven't been serious about playing poker for years. But when I did play poker, it was never professional. It was just serious, right? I played quite a few times a week at one point in time because I enjoy the game. But when I did play, I played tournaments. And most people will tell you that tournaments are some of the hardest things to play. And the reason being, you only get the chips that you got. So it'd be like if you go to trading and I told you, okay, here's the amount you got to trade, and once you're done, you're done. You know what I mean? You don't get to trade no more. You're basically out of ever making money off of any of this. And it's kind of that way with an account, I guess, but you see what I'm saying. You can't just rebuy. In a tournament, you're out. That's it. So once you blow it, you blow it. And it's a lot easier for me to play tournaments because I stay patient and, try to take the lines that I take, trying to pressure people. And chances are, I'm going to make it quite a ways in a tournament just for those reasons, to where in a cash game, a lot of people play a lot of crazy stuff because they realize that they can go all in right now and just rebuy. Even if you were to take all their money, right, they can just rebuy and start at it again. So essentially they could go all in every hand, especially people that don't care about a $5 buy-in, because when you're talking about $5, it doesn't mean nothing, right? So they'll just go all in and whatever. But on a tournament, you have to make it to the end or you'll never make no money regardless of what you just did this hand. So tournaments are much easier because of the style that I play. So it's going to be interesting with not only just cash games, because I've only been playing cash games for about a year-ish, but also these micro stake cash games because, degens don't care about $5. So essentially they can just buy in, go all in, and continue on. So the rate of play is a lot different than, you know, if you buy in for, you know, 500, people aren't as apt to just throw 500 away as they are to throw $5 away. You know what I mean? So.
I just opened a long there, reality, without realizing I had set it 4 monies. So I just, yeah, again, it went in my direction, and if I had have let it run, I got scooted up past 0 after being down at 380 minus. So I let it run back up again, and I got out at I think about 180, and now it's running to the moon. But I actually don't care. You talk about kicking myself 4 monies, man. Seriously, Jesus.
Crazy. I'm glad it worked, but crazy.
I'm very, very careful on that one again. Yeah. Yeah, that's all. Actually, I can't wait to get started with all that reality, because I've been spending a lot of time in the evening just practicing. But it'll be more fun once there's actually real money and real players on the line. That'll be the real test.
It's fun, and I mean, the thing is, you have fun with it. You just try to get better and better and better. Just like trading, essentially. The biggest thing is you try to learn from your mistakes. Hey, Ace. That's the biggest thing. And Nishian, I'll drop this link. Since you said that, I'll drop this. I don't know how many people know. Over on this side. Here's the link to the video on the other channel. If you want to subscribe over there, go ahead. If you don't, up to you. But if you want to watch some, that will be the channel that I'll go live on. And it'll be during this live stream. Probably. But it could be other times as well. I'm not gonna lie. Just depends. I really haven't. It's gonna be more of a fun thing than really locking down some kind of schedule and turning it into a second job. I'm not looking for that. So. Yes, beautiful Rumble. Thank you, thank you. I wish you guys over on Rumble would interact more, though. I know we always got people watching, and we got subscribers over there, but for whatever reason, we don't get a lot of interaction over here. But that's okay. I appreciate all you. If you have any questions over there, you know, feel free. Yeah, that's the one initiation. If you want to go over there and subscribe and all that good stuff. If you're in the server, you can get the poker notifications roll, and you'll be pinged over there when I go live. Bot that should just play it. Should just pop it whenever I go live. So that's a you know, one way you can do, or just subscribe and use the notifications on the YouTube channel, whichever you prefer, but it will only be live on YouTube currently, guys. I will tell you that. So it'll only be live there. I'm not going to go on all the platforms. It's just too much. I'm already running, you know, double OBS and everything else over there. So but I'm hoping it'll be more fun than anything else, and a learning experience for anybody who wants to learn poker. That's for. If you don't want to, I completely understand it, and that's why I'm not going to do it on this channel. The point. Not because it matters or doesn't matter. It's more a thing of I don't want to clog up the trading side over here with poker, and then people get upset. That's the only reason, because I know I've had adverse, you know, thoughts by people too. Like, there's a ton of you that aren't interested, and I sure don't want to, you know, waste your time with poker play if you're not interested. So he is back and active. Very nice. Approaching 100. Oh, I see now. Yep. Yeah, Rumble. Anybody that wants to join the Discord, you can do that as well. Goes on over there as well. I will tell you though, if you don't join the Discord and you want to be part of the live trading in the Discord live trading channel, you're probably still going to want Rumble as your, you know, provider of your video. Discord just isn't good. I wish Discord was better. That's the one thing that I really dislike. And Paul, I know you can affirm this because I think you use video off of the other platforms as well, but it's just, I don't know why Discord's so bad with the video side of it. I wish it wasn't, but it just is.
It's perfect today.
Oh, is it? Just as I say that, it's perfect today.
But that's only just for today. Give it another half an hour and we'll soon find out. Yeah, Ace, you are 1,000,000% right with that one as well. 1,000,000% right. That's the huge problem. Yeah, I don't want any friends. That's the huge problem with Discord, and most of the friend requests are just scammers. And there's tons of them that actually impersonate me or Paul. We've had Paul impersonators too. The wife, she's been impersonated. So there's so many scammers on Discord. It's absurd. I hate that part of it too. Wish Discord weren't that way, but it is. What are you gonna do? So huge drawback. But the problem with like just the social media platforms is if anybody's going over anything, you know, outside of live stream time, which not a lot of that goes on. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Discord's not real active outside of live stream time. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It's kind of hit or miss. It would be nice if it was more active and more people, you know, conversated back and forth. But for whatever reason, sometimes we get a lot of activity, sometimes we don't get much activity. And obviously it's super active whenever Z's in there, because he drops a lot of stuff and people interact back and forth. But when Z's not, you don't get as much activity by any means, in my opinion. But it is what it is. He's here when he is and ain't when he ain't. So what are you gonna do? Two outside bars in a row is kind of funny here, guys. Definitely a broadening formation for any of you that know about that.
Man Bear Bull, if you are still here, you're about to hit your red line you were asking about earlier. Missing everything? Yeah. I think sometimes, Crown, for you, I think sometimes you just, you're more confident than other times, because this isn't the first day you've said that. Sometimes you do really well and you're not trigger shy at all. And other times it seems, you know, you felt like you missed everything. I think it's just part of your process, honestly. I mean, I think as you get more confident with how the market's moving, I think you'll start missing less, honestly. But it's just going to take a little bit of time for you to build some confidence up, honestly. Good place to long here. Yep. Open and finish the downside. With the problem with the downside is she kept coming down here without any top wicks. And all it do is break the lows and then go back up. I mean, we saw it happen time and time again. No top wick. Came down. No top wick, came down, but it would break the lows just ever so slightly each time. So it was a little tough to get involved with the downside. I would love to say, hey, it's going to close below, give a top wick, flip, push down, you know, recover the wick, which would have been fine here. And then we broke the lows, but it's still, even if you would have got involved in this move, which was the only move that was actually kind of part of it, it really didn't go far after TP1. I mean, but yeah, we were expecting recovery of the wicks, right? Just couldn't get there. I feel more confident trading 1 or 2 hours after NYSE open. Yeah. And I can see that. It slows down a bit. Yourself a little, right? Yeah, exactly. That's what yeah. Thing does something. Imagine the profit on 4 minis that move. Did you? Well, how long did you run it, or did you get out quick, Paul?
Oh, I got out very quick. I think I got up as far as let me see. What does it say here now? Where am I? Yeah, I got out about 180. I was relatively sure it was going to go up because I was following it on the regression channel. But 4 minis coming back on me on 20 ticks was like, that's $800, isn't it?
4 minis on how many ticks?
4 minis on 20 ticks.
Yeah, it'd be 200 per mini. So yeah.
Yep. So whenever I seen it go to 0, the greedy DGen kicked in, where I should have said I'm at 0. It's right it out. So yeah, I just literally scooted on up, and rather than actually move my stop loss to break even, I thought I dodged a bullet here. I'm 180 quid in profit. Cut your losses. Don't get greedy. And just think whatever deity's up there looking after you.
There's Man Bear Bull. Man Bear Bull, we're about to hit your red line. You were the one that asked about that this morning, right? I believe so. It'll be our same box, I believe. This right here was where that wick was recovered. Because we came up in overnight there. Let's see how she reacts today there. I have no top wick on this candle to speak of. I mean, there's a top wick there, but not enough for any kind of anything. We'll probably have a going up. It's there. It's small, but it's there. We're going to go and take out the highs first. Seems like the theme for this morning. Got the lows first the whole time we were down here. Took out the highs first up here.
Remember what I was saying about the closed up business? It nearly always comes back down to the high of the day and takes off again. I got a nice short, but again, the ficking thing, it was 10 o'clock and it stopped me out at 80 ticks in profit. It was only a minute. Just testing the system.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Oh, look at that.
Overnight high hit, man, bear bull.
What a move.
Yeah.
$420.
It's funny too, because we had plenty of... Yeah. We had plenty of setups today. No entries. I mean, setups were there. The entries just were not playing favor at all. Just not ideal. Something like this. Here we are again. No bottom wick. Very interesting. What's here for structure? Probably get something like this. There's where the determining factor is going to come in at. Lines we may actually come up here.
You actually drew that path out yesterday. I still have TA on the on my chart.
Yeah, yeah. Just getting an entry in the middle of all this mess is the problem, right?
Yeah. I'm using the linear regression and the channels for entries for this stuff, but it's obviously a hell of a lot more risky than the normal way.
Yeah, yeah.
Haven't even tested yesterday's previous day low either. We're moving well away from the weekly open.
Yep, we are. We are, and sometimes we see that, you know, but with that being said, we already came back to it once, right? Weren't we? Didn't we open and go move away? I think so, and then come back up, or no? Wednesday, yeah.
So on Wednesday,
we came back. Yeah. So we opened up, came down, came back up on Wednesday, moved away. So we did retest it for all things considered, but yeah, I like seeing our move Friday back down, you know, or up, whatever, depending on where we're at. I like seeing the move Friday being the retest of the weekly open. And the reason for that is because normally you'll move away from it at a pretty good, you know, stint throughout the week. So essentially you'll sit here and move something like this, maybe go a little bit lower, maybe come a little higher, whatever. And then on Friday, comes up and makes the big move a lot of. But with that being said, we did have a lot of news this week. So that could have been a contributing factor to the price really moving and, you know, making its way back so much earlier than, you know, Friday. Let's see, weekly open get hit. We did come back to it for all fairness, but yeah, not exactly the way I like to see it. Let's put it that way.
We just put a wick in that candle as well. And one on the candle to the left. Let's see.
And this gives the same range again if we come back up here. So, all right, Fortick, have a great weekend, man. See you back on Monday. Appreciate you showing up. This is kind of nice too, the movement here. I'm not gonna lie, obviously we got the same thing here, but it's been nice moves up. So essentially, or down, or whatever, you know, whatever you want to say. Here's your move, right? You went from here, up here, and then we had a pretty clean move straight back down. And now we're having a pretty clean move straight back up. And I know a lot of people say, well, you know, you keep drawing like this and all we're looking at is range. You're absolutely right, but man, that's nice range to trade.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a lot of ups, so a lot of clicks.
Exactly. So I wouldn't mind if we get stuck in ranges that look something like that, and it's just clean moves up, clean moves down, clean moves up, clean moves down. She starts doing that, we'll have it made for this year. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But I mean, all joking aside, these moves are super, super nice. And even down here, when we made this move up, it wasn't a lot different. So this whole move up here is the same thing. I mean, this was super clean the whole way up. So even if it would have fell apart here and did the same thing, that keeps clean moves. That's why I always say how much I like, you know, news or after news trading or whatever you have. The reason for that is because it'll make a clean move for news. So you'll see this big candle come up. So you got your range or whatever you want to say. You know, say that we're trading like this just for fun. And here's what she's looking like. You know, and this is essentially where you're at. And then news comes. And it'll usually do a little dip thing like this. And then come up. And now this is the move you've got. Now, after all this, well, now you've got the move back down that you can take advantage of, you know, here, however you want to look at it. And if it makes a nice move down, a good clean move like this, well, what do you got? Now you've got your clean moves back up. So as long as it doesn't get too rangy and consolidating, now you still have this move to here. So from here to here is still clean. Those are the kind of areas that we would love to trade. Why? Because we're looking at it like this. Just like always. I mean, same thing I always draw up, guys. We're looking at it like this, right? So when they look at it like this, that gives us they look at it like this, that gives us plenty of stop losses sitting right here above. May not be a straight line, but it is what it is. Straight, you know, plenty of stop losses straight above and clean area to recover. We know that our first, you know, area that people are going to start shorting again is right here. Markup, right? So it's not hard to say, okay, well, once this price comes down and starts giving us, you know, a thought here, we get our closes, you know, here, you get a down wick and a flip, you know, you want to trade through this, comes up, bang, grabs your stops, and you know you're going to make it to at least here for that clean area to recover. And then of course you can make it to the top of that range or further, who knows. And obviously you're always looking for your wickless candles in this move, because what happens, you're going to get no top wicks as this thing pushes down so fast, just like you get no bottom wicks when this thing pushes up so fast. Okay? So essentially that's really all you're looking for there. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. I try to show these chart examples in the simplest terms as I can, so that people who don't understand it much can really take something out of it. So hopefully that works. But
did you get verification for the poker channel? Remember you said you were waiting?
yeah, no, it's live. It's fine to live stream now. I went on it after the 24-hour period and pushed live stream, and it said it was good. So I haven't got it set up per se for live streams yet. Like, I have part of it, but I don't have the actual channel set up yet. Like with my description, and I haven't set up my stream key on OBS or any of that, but I plan on doing all that over the weekend. So yeah, we are ready to go. I'm going to try to get it all set up over the weekend and then go from there. I'm trying to play a little, I'll be honest with you, so that I can kind of get my feet wet when it comes to these micro stakes. I have found that not only am I transitioning to doing this on cash, which I've been, like I said, playing for about a year-ish now. That's not that bad, but these micro stakes are kind of a different world. They're a little different, so I'm trying to look like as least amount of a fool as I can once we start doing this. National balance is wide, yeah. I'm not going to say there's not going to be bumps in the road, guys. I will tell you that. It seems like in these micro stakes, you really have to be on your game. I hate to say that they're harder. But man, they're kind of harder. I mean, I know that just sounds really, really stupid when you sit here and say, well, if we go to play a 2 cent, 5 cent table where you got a $5 buy-in, compared to playing a $2, $5 table where you get a $500 buy-in, it's hard to say that the 2 cent, 5 cent table's harder at the super micro stakes. But I got to tell you, I kind of feel that way. Yeah, people are really sassy on micro. I believe it though. Yeah, man, but I'm not kidding. It really, it's tough to say it that way, because it just makes no sense that when you're playing such micro stakes that they're actually going to be tougher, because you can sit here and say, okay, well, the players may not be as good, and that's probably true, right? But therein lies the problem. When we trade the markets, just for instance, and I'm gonna try to put this in the same perspective, right? When we trade the markets, well, what are we thinking in our heads? We're believing in our heads that the traders are educated enough that they're trading bearish order blocks, that they're trading supply zones, that they're trading resistance areas, that they're trading, things of this nature, right? To where the market structure is working in our favor. If they're just entering everywhere on the chart, our system doesn't work anymore. You see what I'm saying? If they'll just take a trade and enter a trade right here, or enter a trade anywhere, and all the traders are doing this, right? Our system doesn't work much anymore. And that's kind of where you're at on these micro stakes. These people, it seems, and again, I haven't been playing it long enough to really wrap my head around it, but it seems like they're super wild, and sadly not, being ignorant to how you should play. And I know that sounds crazy. Like, well, that's easy to take advantage of. Actually makes it a little harder, because you're still playing to their reactions, right? So it'd be like if the people just didn't really understand what market structure was, what supply demand was, anything. You just take a trader, take your your kid, you know, a young child, and say, okay, here, start trading, and they just start popping buttons, it's going to be hard to trade against that, right? That's tough. So I'm not telling you for a minute we're not going to see some bumps in the road. We're going to kind of be working this out together, guys. It's going to be fun. But I do believe we're going to be working this out together to a degree. Like I said, I am by no means a pro. I am by no means a cash player. And I am by no means a micro stakes player. So it's going to be a learning curve for me as well. Like the 30 won't give us an entry. Gonna head off for now. All right, Initian. Yeah, it's not super good. We could come down, maybe put a wick, build a doji here, and then move back up. But yeah, have a great weekend, man. I will see you Monday, hopefully. Appreciate you showing up, man. But yeah, Paul, it's just a different beast until you're playing. Yep. See you on Monday. All right, man. See you on Monday. Until you're really in it and playing different stakes and playing, you know, cash first tournament. A lot of people don't realize how different it is because everybody thinks, well, you know, it's just playing poker at the end of the day. But there's a lot of different ways you do it. So I only play minis, looking for support resistance zones and looking at the speed of the lower time frame to see what patterns are building. Then pray. Yeah, that works. I'm off later. Have a good weekend. Have a great weekend, man, Bear Bull. I appreciate you showing up, man. See you back on Monday. Everybody's taking an early Friday.
Not me. I'm here to 10 o'clock tonight.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, so it might be
an alert and on a
beautiful,
on a quick short.
Beautiful. Very nice, Paul. I will say, trading when you're not feeling the best isn't something you should do.
Yeah,
you definitely want to make. Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you're 100%. And that's the same with everything. Not just hungover, but like maybe you're sleep deprived, you know, and you need some sleep or whatever else, you know what I mean? I'll even go as far as to say you're not having a great, you know, life. Right now, like you've got a lot of stress in your life because Y or Z happened and you're super. Another time that you're probably better off just because your decision making is not going to be as precise as it should be, and seeing the charts, right? You're just not going to be, you know, clicking on all your cylinders, if you will. It's the same as anything else. If you can tell with, I mean, I don't know what kind of sports you guys have over there, but if a sports player's, you know, not super healthy or, you know, having a super bad time in their life, they're going through a divorce, they're whatever, you'll still see their game decline. Unfortunately, life happens and you can't be at your peak when you're having, you know, life issues, whether it be hungover or tired or just stressed. All these things are going to affect your trading to some degree, and anything else you do, you know, they're gonna affect your decision making as a whole. Sadly, going to be at tip top shape. You want to be as tip top as you can be, right? So,
yep, that was following on from Landon's conversation yesterday. Same kind of idea. You're not firing on all cylinders. Don't be trading.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't feel 100%, you're better off to either switch to a sim account run small positions if you can afford it, you know, like run micros way smaller than you normally do, or sit back and watch. I mean, if you still want to be part of it, because there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I still want to see how the market moves, see if I, you know, take anything away from today, see if I learn anything today, so on and so forth. Anytime you have an opportunity to learn something new, that's a great opportunity. But if you're not 100%, you probably shouldn't be, you know, trading at all. At least you should be trading with a very small size, you know what I mean? Or even just on sim or practice or something. That's my take on it. Everybody will have their own thoughts, but that's really my thought on it. It's just one of those things you wouldn't, you know, you probably wouldn't be. And the thing is, most people don't think about it in this sense, but you probably wouldn't be doing any other kind of activity in life when you're not feeling well. I mean, you'd skip on it and say, hey, I'm not going to do that, you know. So yesterday wouldn't be a day, and I'll put this in your terms, yesterday wouldn't have been a day that you probably would have said, hey, let's go and run 200 on a motorcycle either, because that's just where you were at. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that you need, not saying you need to be an athlete to trade, but your mind's still the same. You need every bit of brain power that you can in order to do these things. And when you're not 100%, unfortunately, you can't put 100% in, and that can always make for not the greatest outcome, sadly.
Absolutely. Well, at least I've made back yesterday's loss and today's goal, so I'm back to almost the beginning again. Well, not beginning, where I was beforehand.
Yeah.
So I'm above the 51 now, so I'm quite happy with that.
Brown, you will have to learn that one from Paul. I cannot help you in that area. That will be that'll be all learned from Paul. Paul can teach you that one for your goal for 2025. I am not the right guy to. He says goal of 2025 is learn to ride and hit 200 on a motorcycle.
Oh, I've already done that. Well, 160. So
yeah. He said, Paul, where you at? Teach me. Yeah, Ireland. He's when you go to Ireland to ride, I think you get like a week a year that you can actually ride. It's the problem, Crown.
Yeah. That's the problem. That's the other reason that I'm looking to exit stage. Want to go somewhere where I can hop on a motorbike every day.
Crown just got to Florida. Nice, man. It's cold right now. Cold, you came at the wrong time. I don't understand it. We've never had cold weather like we're currently having. It's madness. Followed you down. Yeah, I can't believe the weather, honestly. It's just been, it has been ridiculous. Not my thoughts of Florida weather. So it sucks that you had to come here now. Time that it was nice, because normally we're nice this time of year. Normally 70s during the day, you know, 50s, 60s at night. Now we're dropping down into the 30s at night. Oof. Sometimes we're only in the 50s during the day, which is just crazy cold.
What's that night temperatures?
Well, 30, 30s for you would be 32 is for you 0 Celsius is 32. So 32 is freezing. So that's 0 for you guys. Still got my flannel, no worries. Looking forward to alligators, rattlers, and motorcycles. Well, there you go. Alligators are probably freaking at the bottom of the water hibernating. They kind of shut down. Iguanas are probably to the point to where you can see them falling out of the trees because they actually freeze and they'll fall out of the trees. Rattlers, I don't know. They're probably dormant currently as well. These are all things that are probably dormant in the cold, sadly. I don't know how long you're going to be here, but it needs to warm up for you to probably see much action with any of those things. Now, the iguanas you'll still see falling out of the trees if you get down south. They'll be freezing up and falling out of the trees currently. Oh, you move permanently. Oh, well, there you go. Well, you'll see them here in a bit once it warms up then. Are you up north, down south? The iguanas you only see down south. So unless you're south, you probably won't see many of them. Central. Don't need that bike. I want to just explore. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You probably won't see any iguanas. Central. You will see rattlers and alligators. And wild hog. I don't know where you're from, but you might have already saw wild hog. Wild hog, too. It's something that I think they have a problem with here in Florida. That they don't want to say is a problem. They don't, I don't know. They don't want to address it, right? I think there's a problem with urban coyote. I know a lot of people say, well, that's not really a problem. I'm from Kansas, and we just we don't let a coyote get out of hand like this. They'll just be walking around on the streets in the middle of the day, all mangy. It just kills me. I was out a few weeks ago, might have been a month or so ago, either way, and there were some kids. I think it was they were probably teens, right? And they were walking. There was 3 of them, and they were walking a French bulldog. The Kansas City Shuffle, of course, Ace. Anyway, isn't that what we do in the charts every day? Crown and Ace, you got me going right in the middle of the story, dang it. And anyway, we were driving, and these three teenage kids were walking a French bulldog. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's funny though. And this little dog, and there was a wooded area, and we went up the street, and up the street there was a coyote right at the edge of the woods, all mangy, out during the day. And they're really not supposed to be out during the day, especially in urban environments. Really crazy. And then when we came around the corner, there was another one. So they were kind of like together. And we actually stopped and told those kids, we said, be real careful, because we didn't want, it'd have been a horrible thing if they came around there and that coyote tried to attack that dog or something. So I think it's an issue here. They like to say that there's no way to, and here's where we get YouTube unfriendly again. There's no way to control coyotes, but in Kansas we hunt coyotes. They attack livestock. They do all kinds of things. Keep pressure on them, and they stay away from people. Real simple. Where here, they're stealing people's pets. They'll steal dogs right out of people's yards, and they do it frequently. They steal people's cats, dogs. There's actually been stories of dogs being attacked while somebody's walking the dog. That's just crazy. Here, toys, rubber stoppers. Yeah. I mean, it's just madness in my opinion. And I've looked, trying not to get banned. Yeah, I know. And I've looked into it because I've actually considered trying to figure out a way to do nuisance animal control per se. Here in Florida, they don't take that stance on coyote, and that's where I would, you know, prefer to be. A you know, urban removal, in my opinion, is a good tactic. You know, at least it's pressure them, get them back outside of town, not killing people's animals anymore, spreading rabies, mange. I mean, these are all bad things, sadly. But yeah, just my take coming from Kansas. I, you know, not a popular opinion. None of my opinions are, but they don't seem to care. So here in Florida, yes, coyotes, they say that, you know, hunting of them just moves new ones into the location. They give all these things, but I got to tell you, you don't have coyote problems like this in Kansas. So I have to believe that pressuring them keeps them away from people. And I mean, they've seen the same things. There's areas where you could hunt bear. And I mean, the studies have been for years now, right? Places where you can hunt bear, and then there's places where you can't. And am I an advocate of hunting bear? Yes and no. For conservation and safety, nuisance, yes. Do I want to hunt bear? No. Not my thing, right? But in areas where you can't hunt bear, you see people attacked by bear, right? And it's not the point of, hey, there's more bear in those areas. That's not the reasoning. People like to say, oh, well, that's because things are overhunted. No, populations are still strong. Normally, hunting's got more to do with conservation than it does with eradication, as people like to think. There's no way to eradicate coyotes. Won't happen. You could get everybody hunting them today. Try everything you could to eradicate them. It's not going to happen. It's like rats. It's just not going to happen. Won't happen. Don't care what you do. You're not going to get rid of it. But with that being said, there's a difference between keeping pressure on these animals and not when it comes to human interaction. I mean, you know, that's why people get attacked and dogs get taken and things come into urban areas and stuff like that, is because they're just not pressured. It's all about conservation at the end of the day, in my opinion. Want to find out about the license to hunt and remove some of those wild things? Get paid on the weird hours while not trading. You can, Crown. Ace, I hope your wife never comes on YouTube. Crown, you can. It's something that you can do here. You get a trapping license. If you were further down south, iguanas are huge. They do a lot of iguana hunting. And wild hog trapping and things of that nature are really big. Just telling you, coyotes aren't. And I mean, what it is. So you have to have a special permit to do alligators. And normally it's not a dispatch type thing, unless one has actually attacked somebody. It's trapping. You have to trap the alligator and relocate it. But I know there's a little more involved with that. Yeah, trapping. That's normally where people start. You can get a hunting trapping license. Okay. But then you want to put your name. I think you go to... I think you can just Google it. And there's a place where you can actually, if you want to start a business doing such, and you can put your name on the list of nuisance animal control. You have to get some kind of license that goes along with that. I forget what it is. It's not a ton. I think it's like $125 a year or something. And then along with your hunting trapping license here in the state. And beyond that, that's about it. And then people will contact you if they have nuisance animal problems. So And I know they do a lot of iguana contracts. If you look at iguana hunting or something along those lines on YouTube, you'll see there's a lot of South Florida people. There's a woman down there that does, I think she's called like Iguana Sniper or something. Her videos are always entertaining, but they do air gun hunting on iguanas, right? So on golf courses, condo complexes, things like that. Oh, and then there's a guy that's called the Python Cowboy on YouTube as well. He's down in South Florida. And it's funny because he actually was called. He normally does iguana and wild hog, and he was actually called to do a, yeah, exactly, Crown, yeah. If you don't mind traveling, it wouldn't be a bad idea. He was actually called out on a golf course to take care of a coyote. That's about the first one in Florida that I've seen, and he couldn't do it. Coyote hunting's on a different level. Anybody that hasn't done it, it's not an easy task. In Kansas, that's something that you do. Anything else? I mean, deer hunt, all rolled up into the same thing, because there's coyote problems out there, you know, per se. They like to, I don't want to be too explicit for YouTube, but if you have cows, right, we got cows, but any kind of livestock, and moms get pregnant, right, and then they go down to have their baby, that's when the coyotes take advantage of the situation. So, if that makes sense. So, it is a very, very, very horrific situation. So, but at the end of the day, it's wildlife doing what wildlife does. They're not wrong, right? But the problem is, at the end of the day, you know, you still have to protect your livestock. Put pressure on them so that they do those things. So. Yeah, they do, Crown, they do Python too. Want to get into Python down south in the Everglades? They have like a Python rodeo every year. And you got a lot of invasives here. Iguana's an invasive. Coyote actually is. They won't admit that here in Florida. I don't mess with snakes. Yeah, I'm not a snake guy either. I don't play with pythons.
Thanks.
Me too. Me too. They like to tell you though, Crown, that coyote isn't an invasive species here, and that's absolutely untrue. What happened here in Florida was it was red wolf country in the beginning, and there was huge populations of red wolves, which kept the coyote out. So there were no coyote in Florida years and years and years ago. However, when we talk about hunting, they started hunting the red wolf, you know, a day, many, you know, centuries ago, to small numbers, and the coyote actually started taking over, and the red wolf phased out. So the coyote, in reality, are an invasive species in Florida. They don't like to tell you that, but they are. So they should be hunted, in my opinion, just the same as, you know, they do the python or the iguana or whatever, because they're not actually native to this habitat. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know, one of those things. love history, yeah. Oh, and there are not very many coyote hunters in the state of Florida either. Like, as you get down here and you mingle amongst hunters crowd, if you get into that crowd and you start mingling amongst hunters, you'll see that there's very few, if you find any, that actually hunt coyote. They have absolutely no idea how to hunt coyote. It's one of those things. Tons of hog hunters. Tons and tons and tons of hog hunters. And of course, we don't have hog in Kansas at all. It's funny because all the states around us do, but like everything else, we kept hog out. We had one of the biggest agricultural industries in the entire country. So hogs would have completely ruined Kansas if they were ever allowed in, and that's something that just was never an issue. Oklahoma has hogs, direct south neighbor. Missouri has hogs, direct east neighbor, and do not have hogs. And there actually was at one point in time a hog hunting ranch that had opened, basically a high fenced ranch that somebody opened for hog hunting so that people could come there and hunt, in fence, and Kansas shut them down. He didn't want, it was too dangerous for their agriculture to of course, Texas, right below Oklahoma is one of the biggest hog hunting spots there is. Big hog hunting states are Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Georgia. That's populations.
Have you ever had a wild hog?
Yeah.
Tasty, I would imagine.
What? What'd you say, Paul? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
I was saying that would be tasty, I would imagine. Fresh wild hog.
Yes and no. I'm not one to ask, unfortunately, because I don't like pork that well. Like, it's okay. Like, I like pepperoni, right? Like, it's good. Bacon, I prefer turkey bacon over regular bacon. I'm not a big ham guy unless it's like ham deli meat. So I'm not the best person to ask. When I got the wild hog, I came to Florida. I wanted to try wild hog, and I looked at all the write-ups on the internet and everything else, and everybody said, oh, it's more like red meat. It's more like beef. It's not like store-bought hog. And I was like, great, this is going to be great. I'm finally going to like, pork. And when I first had it, I was like, man, it still tastes like pork to me. I told the wife, I was like, it still tastes like pork. They loved it. Her and the two kids loved it. And I was like, I don't know. It still tastes like pork to me. But with that being said, she made a ham out of the wild hog. I ate it. I was like, just still kind of like pork. But she had bought later that year a ham from the market, right, to make for, I think it was Christmas or something. She bought a ham to make, and then I really truly saw the difference. So yes, if you are a pork eater, wild hog is much better. I just, at the end of the day, really don't care for much pork. It'll, some here and there. It's not that I don't, it's not that I won't eat pork. It's nothing like that. It's just I really don't care for pork. I'm weird maybe too, though. I don't like lamb. Things like that I've tried, and I just don't like it. So there's different stuff I don't really like. I love deer. I love elk. I love ostrich. I mean, these are all things that I really like. Antelope's good. And I like fish, but pork, things like that, just chicken. Yeah, I love chicken too, Ace. I love chicken too. Don't get me wrong. But it's just, I'm not a big pork fan. So yes, if you like pork, I think you would absolutely love wild hog. My family loved it. And absolutely.
Yeah.
So I do believe that, but I've never been much of a pork eater. The family loves, I'll smoke like pork butt or pork shoulder and make like pulled pork to where they can have pulled pork dishes and pulled pork sandwiches and stuff like that. And I mean, they absolutely love it. I don't like it at all. So I'm not the best person to ask, but yeah, I think you'd like wild hog. And the neat thing about Florida is it's so abundant, and that's why I was hoping. I was like, man, you can hunt hog because it's an invasive species here all year long. So you don't have to have any reason to hunt it. You can hunt it whenever you want. So it's super great if you like hog, right? But I'm just not a huge fan. But that's me, you know.
I like the idea of all of that fresh meat.
Yes. And that's the whole thing. And you can fish here all the time too. And I love fish. So I do a lot of fishing as well. He's switching off topic. What are we looking at? Looks like it's moving up. The wife was upset as all get out at this move because she's doing boxes, guys. And she's trading all the breakouts on NQ. Oops, that's not my box. She's looking at something like this. And this was her move. And she missed it. She wasn't at the computer when this played out. Price action currently is, we had a pump. We're probably testing the 0.5 crown. And then, fib. And then you probably see him move back up. Yep. See? Perfect, perfect, perfect. 0.5 retest. That helps you a bit. But yeah, if you like hunting, crown, and outdoorsy stuff, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If you like hunting and outdoor stuff, Florida's a great place to be. If you enjoy, you know, hunting, fishing, we've got fresh water, we got salt water, we got everything. So if you enjoy those kind of things, great place to be. My biggest problem that I've had is time. Wish I had more time sometimes because I enjoy all these things. I love fishing. And I'm a patient person. My kids can't stand going with me because I'll sit there and fish all day long, and I don't have to be catching something every 5 minutes to you know, do that. Enjoy it. I love just standing there, being out in nature, chilling, fishing. Love it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to explore. Hoping the minis will help open up some of that time. Yeah, absolutely. It will. It will. Fishing is a relaxing. I could stand all day fishing. Yep, me too, Ace. I enjoy it. And I actually, it's funny. My whole childhood, I fished and fished and fished, and I never ate fish. I didn't really think that I liked fish back when I was young. Tons and tons of fishing, and it was all catch and release. And once I got older, I was like, man, I kind of like these fish. So now I'll keep some here and there if they're worth keeping, you know. But yeah, they got a lot of fish here in Florida, because you can, like I said, you can salt water or fresh water, so they got plenty of species. And also like tilapia, we keep those in our aquaponics system that the wife had. Tilapia are an invasive species, so a lot of those running around in the fresh water here. All those you can catch and keep however you want. And so are lion's head, if you want to go out and neutralize some invasive species. Out in the lion's head, a lot of people do it. They dive for it.
I'm still laughing at the fact that there's such a thing as an iguana hunter with air shotgun. That's just insane to me.
Did you look at the videos?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah,
save that for after training.
yeah.
Just
Go.
called Iguana Hunter.
Yeah, just go to I think it's a iguana sniper. She's funny, or Python Cowboy. Either one of those you can look at. He's cool too. But I like the iguana sniper myself for just straight iguana hunting. She does like condos and things down in South Florida, and she's funny, and it's great too because she takes these things to a ethnic market. And they actually use them, eat them. So chicken to the trees, I guess, or something. I don't know. My wife said I'd never eat an iguana. I don't know if it's any good or not, but they eat them. So
they're such cute little things.
They are. Yeah, I didn't. I've never hunted iguana, but like I said, I did. You got to be in South Florida to really see huge populations of them. But there is absolute huge populations of them, and they go and they mess up all the landscape and all kinds of things. Actually, get aggressive too, from what I understand. Get super aggressive, whip their tail at people, all kinds of stuff. So hurt dogs, hurt people's pets, all kinds of stuff. So it is a problem, but not one that I've seen much of. I still think the coyotes are more of an issue, and they claim coyotes aren't an issue. So. Either way, guys, I think I'm probably going to hop off. So anybody got any questions? Anything?
Are you going to be streaming on the poker channel over the weekend?
I don't think so. I'm going to try to get my poker feed about me before I'm a little hesitant. I'll be honest with you. Because it's
well, if you need somebody for a test watch, send me a DM.
Yeah, we might do something like that. I'm kind of hesitant because so far it hasn't been like, I'm not saying that it's been a bad run. But yeah, I've lost more than I've made so far playing these micro stakes. We're enjoying the iguana eating talk. There you go. Oh geez, I'll have to find one of her. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna find one of these videos and I'm going to drop, just so I can drop a video so that you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. It's not Iguana Sniper.
There's some bird running around with one of them guns. She's called Sniper. Iguana Sniper.
There it is.
Up there, but I didn't want to press play.
Yeah, there's the thing. I dropped it on YouTube. And say Iguana tacos. Yeah, I guess people do it, Aiken. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've never had iguana. I know they say that. Yeah. So there it is. It is Iguana Snipers, but I think it's called Iguana Solutions. It's the actual. That's why I was wrong with it. But yeah, she's something. You can watch any of those videos. She's some kind of crazy. But yeah, she just runs around popping these iguanas with an air rifle. It's crazy. But she's got contracts. And a lot of times her contracts, Crown, just talk about the contract side because you were talking about it. So talk about the contract side of it, right? A lot of her contracts, if you listen to her through her videos, are based on how many iguanas she removes from a property. So essentially she gets paid per, so she fulfills a contract. So say her contract's 500 iguanas for X amount of money, and she has, you know, she fulfills her contract at 500 iguanas, and then they pay her, or whatever that money, you know, however she structures it. But that's, I know she has to fulfill the contracts because she's talked about it on different watch to hers. But that's kind of how she does it, which probably isn't the worst way to approach it if you're trying to rally up business doing something like this, right? Just an idea.
Yeah.
Speaking of tacos. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of tacos, Aiken, the wife just dropped me homemade tortillas, ground beef with some cheese on top, and some smoked chipotle sauce and some hot sauce. Looks like pay by quantity. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just they run a contract, and then yeah, how many you? Guess I'm breaking for lunch. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do too. Oh, now. Yeah, thank you, Crown. Have a great weekend, man. Yep. Ace, appreciate you showing up. Have a great week. All on Monday. Aiken, go have some tacos. Appreciate you showing up. Have a great weekend. Bonsky, have a great weekend, man. Appreciate you showing up. I'll see you on Monday. Paul, have a
I'm going to be here all evening and all weekend.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And if I try to mess with that thing, I will. Class. And if I do, I'll do that. I'm telling you, I am a little hesitant. I want to start this thing, but I want to get as much time under my belt as I can before I go live, because I don't feel like I'm as confident in this micro stakes as I wish that I would. I thought it would be, like I said before, I thought micro stakes would actually be easier. It actually seems harder. So I prefer to not make too much of a fool of myself. But with that being said, I kind of feel like I'm getting the knack of it as well. So it's not that I'm trying to put it off. It's just I'm hoping over the weekend I'll build a little bit better and go from there. So don't want to go live and everybody be like, "What are you talking about? All you're doing is losing." Yeah, I know. It hasn't been the best run. I feel like I'm just starting to get my legs to me. And I just did a little buy-in just to see how I could do. I put like $45 or something on the account and just tried to play. And over the last week, I managed to get the 45 all the way down to 5. And then I think I've built the 5 over the last few days back up to like over 15 or something. So I'm working in the right direction now, but there was a time when I was just getting my ass handed to me. So yeah, I'd like to get out of that stage first before just putting it out there on a live stream. So I'm hoping
it's fairly hard to regulate for a bunch of gambling DJs down at 1 and 2 cent. That's what I said we were talking about yesterday.
Yep. It is, and if it just stays the same, I'll just go ahead and start live, and then it just, you know, not financial advice, and go on. What's a plan for NQ? I don't have a game plan for NQ. Probably. I don't know. I hate to tell you at this point. Big wick there, no wick on this candle. This is support here. Closed above with no top wick. 4 hour. Closed at with a top wick, then made a bottom and flipped. You do have this whole area here to recover with no wick to the left. So, wick recovery here, possibly. Nasdaq can get funny, though. Not gonna lie to you. So, I like trading it on an 800 rather than trading it on these higher time frames. But if it were me, what I would do is wait for another consolidation, which we're putting in right here. You see this tight consolidation down to like the 5 minute, and then wait for a breakout and try to trade with the momentum in the direction of the breakout. That's how right now with how it's trading, right? Exactly. Be careful as usual. That's the problem. It's super risky to trade Nasdaq. Everybody knows that. That is my plan, guys. I'm going to try to get in as many hours of gameplay as I can, and I have been recording everything to try to see where I have if and where, and it's not even if. I know I have some leaks. Currently, I'm a little rusty, so I'm trying to find my leaks and make up for those, and then find the lines that I should be taking that maybe I might not have took the right line on, like the one I was talking about earlier. So, I just know they're a lot more aggressive down on these small micro stakes here. A little tough for me to, you know, acclimate to, but I'll get there. So I'm going to try to put in as many hours as I can here over the weekend, just playing, and then hopefully next week we'll be there to where I can say, yep, let's do it. Let's go live. Let's rock and roll. So that's my plan.
Excellent.
Goes. So have a great weekend, guys. I will see you all back on Monday. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.
Cheers, reality. Bye, everybody. Anybody's about, I'm going to be staying on later on in the evening. So if anybody's up for a bit more trading later on, let me know. I'll be here anyway.
Beautiful, beautiful. Everybody heard that. All right, have a good one, Paul.
Excellent. Thanks, reality. Bye, guys.
Yes. Discord ground, yes. Pop the music back down. Discord ground, yes.